Loafers old-time drags. The Roadster goes 9:10 at 144 miles an hour, and Steve Thorne goes 11:30, 90 miles an hour. Altered now, rolling up, normally runs in the Super Pro category if he's running in the Summit ET Racing Series. 8-second altered. And driver puts his hands up and says, "What happened there?" Something amiss. That's why we have test and tune runs, checking out all kinds of things that work, and sometimes they don't work. And that was one of those times that they'll make some adjustments, and they'll have plenty of opportunities throughout the day to come back and do some other runs on it. Me like it's about a 66 Chevy up against a 67 Chevy. Everybody leaving heads up on a test and tune day. Goes 9:35 Lordco side, 14:11 over here Tower side. Clearly there would be a handicap start in that situation. Hey, once again, want to remind all racers, if you are planning on making runs today, if you're with a full 5 tree, if that's your way of getting down track, lanes 1 and 2 are for you. If you are a Pro 4 racer, on the tree, 3 and 4 are the lanes for you. Andy Fisher now in his 1960 Chevy pickup. 454 cubic inches of Chevy power underneath the hood of the pickup. Watch guard in the other lane. Dart goes 980, 136 miles an hour. Pickup goes 1204, 108 miles an hour. Here comes Terry Charles. Charles driving the 55 Chevy out of Langley, big block Chevy. As the red car, Tower side. Lane Chernovsky from Pender in the 65 Ford. All of 351 cubic inches of Ford power under the hood of Lane's white Ford. Terry Charles picking up the front end and sliding a little close to the wall, but managed to get back in the groove. Goes 10:29, 127 miles an hour. And Blaine goes 16.62 at 65 miles an hour. Over on the spectator side, driving the big 67 Plymouth. Runs normally in the hot rod category. Rob goes through with a 1085 at 123 miles an hour. The black pickup 1176 at 111 miles an hour. Pickup runs a 1027, 128 miles an hour, and a 1233 at 110 here on the tower side. Stephen Wilson now from Ladner, driving the Mooch, 1965 Acadian. Up against Veronica Hodgson in the other lane in the Dodge Dart. Mooch has sponsor shout-outs going to Vinny Speed Shop, Ladner Harbor Machine, and he will stop the clocks with a 1024 at 129 miles an hour. 1229 for Veronica at 109 miles an hour. Catch 22, that is the name of the Camaro. Little short wheelbase Austin pickup in the other lane. We were in the pits earlier this morning measuring the wheelbase, all of 103.5 inches. So it's a handful to drive at the best of times. Goes 1221, 107 miles an hour. And in the other lane, the Catch 22 Camaro goes 1117, 127 miles per hour. Speaking of short wheelbases, Lordco lane goes 960, 138 miles an hour, and the flamed out pickup goes 1194 at 114 miles an hour. Firebird and Dodge Dart heading down the quarter mile here at Mission Raceway. Firebird goes 1032, 127 miles an hour, and in the other lane, Dodge Dart goes 1224, 108. Bill Halicki from Langley over here tower side in the 65 Ford. Bill goes 11:15, 126 miles an hour, and it's an 11:75 in the Lordco lane for the Ranchero over on the spectator side. Dave Stobie in the Corvette goes 1098, 117 miles an hour. 1029 for the Thunderbird, the Warbird, 131 miles an hour. Sitting in the water box right now, another one of those cars that you usually only see this weekend, the Langley Loafers weekend, El Chupacabra. Dodge station wagon. There is a great documentary on one of the streaming channels. It's called Wagon Masters, all about people who collect and preserve and restore station wagons. And it is a fascinating group of people of all stripes. And certainly that Dodge is one of those station wagons that they like to find in great condition and keep them on the road. I remember when I was somewhat younger, we took a road trip down from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan to Fort Worth, Texas. And that started with Dad, while he was still sleeping, my brother and I loaded up the back of the station wagon with a couple of mattresses, some blankets, a bunch of comics and games, and Dad woke up and boom, we were off to Texas. And we did not know about such things like seat belts. So we had a blast in the back of that station wagon, let me tell you. So the start line crew is always ever vigilant looking at the condition of the racing surface, and so they've shut off El Chupacabra as they were just doing a little bit of a touch-up with the mops and spraying some alcohol and then traction compound and doing that kind of thing. Just make sure that start line is in the condition that it will be for a race day. It has been sprayed. It is sticky. But we do ask all racers to make sure that you are doing your due diligence in the pits, removing any extraneous material, some gravel, dirt, that kind of thing. make sure that that's left in the pit area and not brought to the start line and the staging lanes. I know that we do the burnouts to clean the tires and everything else, but there's always the opportunity for a little bit of individual maintenance. El Chupacabra goes 1084 to 123 miles an hour, and it's going to bring up Jim Benke once again. Ran a 1010 earlier, and looking to get that down into the 10.0s, I am sure. Another station wagon, Chevy station wagon in the other lane. So on the Tower side, Benke goes 10:09, so picks up a 132 miles an hour. The Chevy wagon, Nova wagon, goes 13:25. This will be a licensing pass. 1941 Willys. Jim Winter Collectibles. Looks like they left the front end clip in the pits. I did see it there. Sliding towards the wall and getting out of it. Licensing procedures for the NHRA include roughly 6 passes. The 6 passes would include 2 hard launches, 2 runs to mid-track, and a couple of runs under full power that have to be within a certain time frame for that particular class, and you'll have other drivers who are already licensed watching and confirming that you did make those runs, and that's how a licensing procedure works. So I'm guessing that Rosebud, those folks are fans of the movie Citizen Kane. Ragtop heads to the quarter mile and goes 10:06, 122 miles an hour. Dale Jensen now from Armstrong. Great looking 66 Acadian. Not exactly the run that they were hoping for. Goes 977, 133 miles an hour. Two classic vehicles here, representative of the Langley Loafers, where all vehicles are 1972 or older. A 55 Chevy wagon and a 50s pickup as well. So the station wagon goes $13.97, the pickup $15.48. So the little Vega rolls up to the start line. 9 seconds, runs, looks like in the pro bracket category. This weekend, Street Machine B. $942 at 143 miles an hour. Street Machine B. There's actually 3 levels of Street Machine, A, B, and C. Body styles up to 1972, of course. And Street Machine B is 65 to 72. You got to run 1149 and quicker. Full tree electronics not allowed in Street Machine B. As a matter of fact, no electronics in Street Machine C. Street Machine A, however, running on a pro tree and electronics accepted. So Walter Johnson rolls up now in the Chevy here, tower side. Sweet-looking Henry J. on the Lordco side of the racetrack, the spectator side. Henry J was a popular body style in the 60s because of the aerodynamic features already built in. Didn't have to do too much to it. Walter goes 11:25 in the Chevy, 118 miles an hour. In the Henry J, 12:46, 108 miles an hour. Quick running Malibu, 867, 162 miles an hour, 867. Notice he had a parachute. The general rule of thumb, if you see a car with one parachute, that means that they're probably upwards of 150 miles an hour at the top end, quarter mile. If there's two, that means the car can go upwards of 200 miles an hour. So one parachute for 150 miles an hour, two for 200. Easy to remember. Plymouth Barracuda sitting in the water box right now. Looks a lot like the old Sox and Martin cars of the 60s and 70s, early 70s. Same kind of red, white, and blue paint scheme. Calls it quick fish. That's what he's got on the hood scoop anyway. It is a Barracuda after all. Goes 957, 138 miles an hour. You got to admire the ingenuity of drag racers, right? Why bother coming to the racetrack with the same old, when you can build something like this? Small block, blowing, rear engine, short wheelbase. Calls it rapid fire. Used to be in the old days, NHRA had as its slogan, Ingenuity in Action. And this is certainly representative of the ingenuity that racers have, putting together a pretty unusual rear engine piece. So having trouble staging actually broke the beams, so the starter backed him up so that he can go through the process again. Rolls forward, breaks the pre-stage beam, and then you have about 7 inches before you break the stage beams. There's the pre-stage on. Rolls forward just a little bit more before the that high winding small block. Goes 10:36 in the quarter mile, 135 miles an hour. .870, 158 miles an hour. Doug Rumley from Campbell River. 67 CUDA, not the fastback version, the coupe. So Barracuda goes 1042 at 130 miles an hour, and the Chevy Nova goes 1098, 119 miles an hour. As we have another Nova rolling up. That's Luke Staber. And Susan Fougere out of Edmonton in the 68 Firebird here Towerside. Luke's from Coldstream. So under the hood, well, the Firebird's got 505 cubic inches of Pontiac power, 388 cubic inches of Chevy power, and under the hood of the black Nova. Firebird gets there with a 1024, 132 miles an hour, 1160 for the Nova at 116 miles an hour. Is Lawrence Charnell. Brings the 68 Chevelle to the start line. Chris Moretto from Powell River in the 71 Chevy. Little Chevy Vega. So Chris Moretto 11 flat at 118 miles an hour, and Lawrence goes 1340 at 101 miles an hour. Port Alberni racer. Ryan Johnston now in the Corvette, and Brad Owens. Ryan, sponsored by the Investors Group, Nice Fish Marketing. He's in the Corvette here, the split window on the tower side. The 55 Chevy, that is Brad Owen. Corvette goes 837, 163 miles an hour, and 971 for the 55, 135 miles an hour. Corey Newman now from St. Albert, Alberta, 65 red Chevelle. Big block Chevy under the hood, sponsored by CP Inspection. So on a day like this, test and tune, where everybody's leaving heads up, you see lots of racers that are quicker than other racers. And you know, of course, that they will be racing again in a handicap situation. So it is interesting to see them race together, heads up, even when you know that that's not necessarily how it's going to work out on race day. Always good to remember that it is not always the quickest or the fastest car that is going to advance rounds. It's the race car and racer that are the most consistent. So you got to have good reaction time, and you got to know how close you can run to your dial-in time. The dial-in is the time you select, and that'll be put into the computer here, and that will provide the handicap start. Slower car going first, quicker car having to wait patiently on the start line and then head off in pursuit of that car that is who knows where down track. Ford versus Chevy once again. Ford's over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. 55 Chevy over here, tower side. $12.09 for the Ford, and a $14.37 for the Chevy. I believe that is Jerry Epp in his fastback Mustang, working the electronics, taking the power out of the car with the throttle stop after the launch. Goes 1083, 147 miles an hour in the Mustang. As Steve Thorne rolls into the stage beams in the Plymouth. Once again, we remind all racers, if you're looking to get some test runs and run a full 5 tree, well, we need you in lanes 1 and 2. If you're with a Pro 4 tree, that's lanes 3 and 4. Here's Ted Buss now and Lucas Stone. Ted Bus from Shawnigan Lake and Lucas from Winfield. Lucas driving the 69 red Chevelle. Ted Bus over here in the 34 Ford. That's Ford with Chevy power. Bus runs a 9:15, 143 miles an hour, 84 miles per hour for the Chevelle, 11:31. So over on the spectator side, Terry Langdon Davies in his 1941 Willys. That's a Willys that manages to retain a certain amount of the original body styling with just a little bit of streamlining here, there, and everywhere. They love that body style, though, the 41 Willys, because it was streamlined in its own way. So, and there were a lot of them after World War II, so 1941 Willys became extremely popular. Much like the 55 over here, Tower side, with Derek Shirk behind the wheel. So Terry Langdon Davies will sail through with a 8:17, 163 miles an hour. Derek off the throttle and coasts through with a 12:46 at 62 miles an hour in his 55 Chevy. Speaking of 55, there's another one rolling up to the start line. A little altered over here on the Tower side. The altered made an attempt earlier, but was not able to head down the quarter mile under power. So I'm making another pass at it. That's Ron Fawcett. So Fawcett once again having issues after the burnout, so they'll take it back into the pits and make some more adjustments. In the meantime, the 55 down track off the gas and coasting as well. This is the time on this day, test and tune day, where you want this to happen. You're going to be making changes, making adjustments to the car, putting some new parts on, taking some old parts off, and you want to test them out, make sure that everything works, because qualifying happens tomorrow, 4 eliminations on Sunday. Gorgeous paint job on that 55 over on the spectator side. Got the wheel wells all tubbed out. Great looking metal flake paint job as well. Part of what you get to take a close-up look when you wander through the pit area. Pickup goes 1038. 128 miles an hour, 1072 for the 55 at 123 miles per hour.
I didn't hear anything.
So we'll take a brief break in the action to do a little bit of touch-up on the start line. And we make the call once again, the reminder for all racers. If you are coming to the staging lanes, please do your due diligence and make sure that you've checked your hidden areas, the recesses under the wheel wells and that kind of thing, so that you're not leaving any of that gravel from the pits on the start line. Meantime, they'll put some rosin down, some gold dust, and get that worked in. Make sure that the track is nice and sticky. And so we'll be down for just a couple of minutes. Hey, the Half Track Snack Shack is open for your business. If you haven't had a chance to grab a bite to eat yet, well, it's not quite lunchtime, but it's lunchtime somewhere, so you can certainly visit them there. As always, we mentioned that all racers, we are a left side racetrack. We do see that you're putting your car number and eventually your dial in on the driver's side, left side, so that we can see it up here in the tower. Test and tune day today, qualifying tomorrow. 4 eliminations get underway on Sunday. Hopefully you will join us for chapel service, 3rd floor of the tower. We'll be talking about close calls and a book that Don Garlitz wrote way back in, many years ago. Close calls, so everyone is welcome. Non-denominational chapel service, 8 o'clock, 3rd floor of the tower, and I tend to make sure that you get out with plenty of time to get ready for racing, but would love to see you up on the 3rd floor of the tower for chapel service. We'll be talking about close calls. Earlier this morning, we had somebody turn in a Best Western Rewards key for a hotel stay. So I'm not sure if that belongs to you, but it is up here in the tower. So if you're thinking that you might be locked out of your room at the Best Western, well, we have your key here. All right, we're back under action here. The start line has been attended to. A little bit of surface. And Darren Kampf and Andy Fisher now. Head down track. And the 60 Chevy pickup will arrive there first with a 12:05. 109 miles an hour, 1451 for the 64. 71 miles an hour. Lordco lane goes 11:08, 122 miles an hour. And Casper, the friendly ghost, is sitting at the 60-foot and may need some assistance. So the Barracuda over here on the tower side, that is Al Prock in his 1970 Cuda. The other lane, that is the second Henry J that we have seen so far today. Not surprising to see the Henry J's out on the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags weekend. .10:55 is the time for Al Prock in the Cuda, 124 miles an hour. 14:41 for the Henry J at 88 miles an hour. Lordco side goes 11:44, 120 miles an hour. A little Ford over here, tower side, 15:11, 78 miles an hour. As Randy Hermson rolls up. The other lane, Ross Walker. Randy going under the name the Winged Behemoth. Not sure where the wing is, but Walker in the 72, the quicker of the two. Goes 10:04, 132 miles an hour. Randy 13:28 at 104 miles per hour. Brady Peterson in his 66 Ford Fairlane. Here, tower side. Brian McLennan, Point Roberts, 64 Falcon. McLennan in the little Falcon says he's got a Boss Niner under the hood. I'm guessing that's a 429. 976. 133 miles an hour for the little Falcon. Fairlane goes 1199 at 113 miles per hour. Battle of the Chevys now. Gord Hibner over here, tower side. Lordco Lane gets 867 on the board, 151 miles an hour. 964. Tower Side, 140 miles an hour. American Motors product, AMC Hornet. Glenn Fillingham. Terry Charbonneau. Red 55 is Terry Charles heading down track against Glenn Fillingham in the AMC, painted in the patriotic red, white, and blue. Terry Charles goes 10:21 at 127 miles an hour, and 10:20 for the Hornet, 128 miles an hour. Burt Worrell making his first hit at the track today in this Test and Tune Friday in the 69 Dodge Dart. In the other lane, it's the Barracuda of Jim Benke. Benke goes 10:04, and Burt Worrell goes 10:13. So Benke picking up more time as he gets the car sorted out. Runs a 10:04 to 132 miles an hour. Started the day with a 10:10, got 10:09, and now 10:04. From Enderby, calls it Marcia. That's the gray Chevy 2 of Doug Marshall. $10.29 for Doug Marshall. $13.01 for the Chevy in the other lane. So you see the safety vehicles at the top end. There has been some oil put on the track, and it is a bit of a lengthy cleanup is going to happen here. So it's going to be a little while before we have cars heading down track. So I haven't got the official word, but it is lengthy. So might be a good time to, if you're sitting in the stands, grab a bite to eat. It'll be, well, according to some, it'll be a great time to head over to the Half-Track Snack Shack and grab a bite to eat while we take care of business on the track. So word is it's a transmission fluid that was leaking pretty much the whole quarter mile. So it's going to be about an hour, they tell me. Might be quicker, but might not be. So as I say, if you have not had a chance to head into the pits, take a look around, now is probably a good time. I will let you know when it's getting close to cars heading down the track, give you plenty of time to head back into the bleachers and grab a seat. And yeah, grab some water. Make sure you stay hydrated. It is already getting pretty warm out there, so by all means, stay hydrated and grab a bite to eat. Take a look at the race cars on the property. There's more of them coming in all the time, and as I get updates here in the tower, I will certainly keep you up to date. Thanks. Hey, attention to the pits. We have a couple of drivers with duplicate numbers. We need these two drivers to come up to the second floor of the tower and look at making an adjustment. Ryan Isherwood, would you please come to the tower? And Drayden Foxcroft, we need you to come up to the tower as well. So Ryan Isherwood and Drayden Foxcroft, if you two drivers could please come up to the second floor of the tower, that would be much appreciated. While it is quiet and the safety crew is attending to the track, I will once again remind all racers that if you race a full five tree, that means that your lane assignments are lanes 1 and 2. If you race a Pro 4 tree, we have lane assignments in 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for you. And we are putting Street Machine A, because you run a Pro 5 tree with electronics, you're going to be in lane 5. So Street Machine A with electronics, lane 5. John, she is coming down. She is coming, John. She's got lots of people wanting her attention. Photographer is on the way. Hey, thank everybody for your patience. We do appreciate it. It is one of those things when a transmission or something lets go, we do need to take care of the racing surface. So we see the scrubber out there with the super clean. It is going to be trying to get that transmission fluid off of the racing surface. Unfortunately, it starts at the Christmas tree and goes pretty much to about half track. So I think there was no transmission fluid left after half track. which is why it ended there. So the safety crew, Brian and the rest, will be attending to this. We're still quite a few minutes away from sending cars down the track, so stay in the shade. Drink some water, and I'll let you know as we get closer. So the tractor is out there. Safety crew continues to work on the racing surface here on this Friday Test and Tune Day. It is getting closer, but still going to make a few passes back and forth as we get the track back in shape. We'll probably do another spray after that. So still going to be a short little bit. So the tractor's off the racing surface, so I do believe that we will be getting back to racing action. I see Brian maybe hitting over to the sprayer and going to do a little bit of a spray before we make that happen. But we're just a few minutes away now, so not long we'll get the test and tune back underway here on this Friday afternoon. Langley Loafers, old time drags. So start line crew just out checking some of the electronics on the racing surface. Of course, with the incremental timers, we need to make sure that all the infrared beams are bouncing against those orange blocks the way that they're supposed to, so that we can track everything up here in the tower, and so that you have it on your ET slips. Make sure that you know what the 60-foot time, the 330 eighth mile per hour, and ET. In some cases, 1,000 foot, and then, of course, the quarter mile per hour, and ET. All those incremental timers go a long way to helping racers set up their race cars. Hey, I was just down to the pits, did a little quick run, dropped off some items with the Langley Loafers, who have their trailer set up, and they will, if it's like any other year, they will be during the race weekend doing some giveaways and prizes. But if you're interested in finding out a little bit more about the Langley Loafers, or maybe getting involved, do head over to their trailer. It is located right on the way to the half-track snack shack behind the bleachers on the pit side here. So do take an opportunity to stop in, say hi, and you could thank them for all their hard work in putting on this annual event that is super popular, as we'll see as the weekend progresses. Today's just Test and Tune Day, and that's important enough, but come tomorrow, there's going to be a ton of show cars around, as well as a lot more race cars. So all of those are coming in through the gates right now, and so it's going to be a jam-packed weekend. So look forward to all of those activities, including eliminations on Sunday. So Craig Ames and Mitchell McCartney. Mitchell driving the 67 Falcon. On the Lordco side goes 14:12 at 95 miles an hour. 11:66 for the Pontiac of Craig Ames, 114 miles per hour. Poe Freeborn running in the Canada West Door Slammer Series, sponsored by Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. That 67 Shelby Mustang, 622 cubic inch big block Chevy onto the hood. One of the rules of the Door Slammer Series is that you have to run 870 or better to be in their racing program. So obviously Poe making some changes and looking to get some test passes under his belt. So off the gas, got a little bit out of shape and made his way from one side of the groove to the other. Just sort of coasting through at the top end right now. Next two then. Two Camaros with a generation in between. 1971 Chevy Camaro here of Kevin Garlock. Tower side, Bill Bolt in the 69 Camaro on the spectator side. So 850 at 158 miles an hour for Bill Bolt in his 69 Camaro. 1971 Camaro goes 924, 145 miles per hour. My wandering through the pits, I saw this little front engine dragster out at the end of the hot car pits, and yeah, I was interested to see what it was going to do. That's Ty McLean. 69 front engine dragster. It's got 427 cubic inch small block Chevy. It's sitting in the frame rails. Ty getting back into the groove and manages to go through with an 822 at 161 miles an hour. As Ron Fawcett makes attempt number 3 to get down the track. On previous occasions has done all right getting out of the water box, doing the burnout, but things not coming together as the green comes on. Ron from Nanaimo. It's a 23T Model T. All of 565 cubic inches of Chevy power sitting out in front in that short wheelbase altered, running in the electronics category. Getting real close to the center line and off the gas. Sort of all over the track in that quarter mile. Normal quarter mile is 13:20. I think Ron used about 13:40. Going side to side. Here comes Ted Buss now from Shawnigan Lake. 34 Ford. Big shout out to Shawnigan Trucking, providing Ted some assistance. 427 cubic inch Chevy power. .922 is the time for Ted. Stops the clocks at 143 miles an hour. Over on the spectator side, that is Dennis Winton. 66 Bel Air. Goes by the name of Shaggy. 69 Chevelle over here, tower side. 11:70 is the time for the station wagon. Dennis is one of those racers that is deadly consistent, and so it is not surprising to see Dennis on race day go round after round. So it again speaks to the whole idea that it's not the quickest or the fastest or the swoopiest looking. That 66 Bel Air wagon has been going rounds many, many times. So he's the car to watch, driver to watch. $12.91 for the Ford, 105 miles an hour. In the Ragtop Olds, 1970 Olds on the spectator side from Chilliwack. It's Vic Gerbrandt. Brian Putz over here in the 65 Impala from Chilliwack, the yellow Chevy. Goes 11:42 at 119 miles an hour. 13:74 for Vic at 89 miles an hour. This is a classic piece. Lee Grant from Victoria. 260 cubic inch flathead power in that 29 Ford. Whoa, struggling off the line as all sorts of vibration happening there. That's a trip back in time to the late 40s. That was the look of drag racing in the late 40s. 1742 at 77 miles an hour. Next to the Mercury pickup over here, Towers side. Doug Yazlovaski. The 65 Ford in the other lane, Brian Janowski. $13.14 for the Mercury pickup, 110 miles an hour in the other lane. It was $12.94 at 94 miles an hour. Andrew Weed in his 47 Austin. Running in the Nostalgia Gas class. Over here, Towers side. 279 cubic inches under the hood of that 47 Austin. Jerry Brabander in the other lane from Cloverdale. 62 Chevy 2. So Jerry Brabander goes 10:53 at 124 miles an hour in that little Austin. Coasting through 25:11. A mere 36 miles an hour. '69 Cougar and Camaro rolling up to the start line now. Cougars from Coquitlam. Camaro runs a 1075, 126 miles an hour, and it's a 1243 for the Cougar at 107 miles per hour. That brings up Russell Jeffrey and Michael Mahoney. Michael in that blue and silver 38 Plymouth from Oak Harbor, Washington. And Jeffrey from Coquitlam in the 66 Nova. Nova having a little better center of gravity than that tall Chevy. 937 for Jeffrey, 937. 144 miles an hour, and the 38 Plymouth goes 1173. 110 miles an hour. Brings up Don Almas and Mal Patterson. Mal taking advantage of his name, calling his Acadian malfunction. A play on words, so to speak. Don Almas in the purple dart. Patterson picking the wheels up on the launch, and those two on their test run. 981, 136 miles an hour. 1024 for Patterson, 131 miles an hour. Ryan Cadre and Dustin Hunter on the start line now. Dustin in the 64 Ford Falcon Fast, he calls it. Ford power under the hood, 557 cubic inches. Gets him through the top end with a 906. 148 miles an hour in the other lane. Ryan goes 1263. 105 miles an hour. Here comes Stephen Wilson now. And Tim Cordner. Cordner is in the 55 pickup. Big block Chevy under the hood of the pickup. All roll barred out. Victoria's home for Tim. The freak child, he calls it. The mooch is what Stephen Wilson calls that 65 Acadian. So the mooch goes through with a 10:29. Tim Cordner, 12:07. Colin Pruma now from Vancouver in the 65 Pontiac. Pontiac over on the spectator side. 68 Chevelle here, tower side. Lawrence Charnell. $13.32, 99 miles an hour for the Chevelle. The Pontiac goes 15.40. Stop me if you've heard this before, but this is a second Rosebud. Two vehicles going by that name this weekend. Ford Roadster over on the spectator side. That's the one I'm talking about. It's Steve Thorne over here on the tower side. So the Ford Roadster leaving early, but Gets there with an 8.30. 8.30, 154 miles an hour. Steve Thorne not getting any time, just leaving too soon on the tree. Carl Jamieson now in the 57 Chevy that he calls Reform School. In the other lane, Polara Pat from Nelson, BC. El Chupacabra, popular runner on this Langley Loafers old-time drags weekend. Goes 11:54. 110 miles an hour, whereas the 57 Chevy goes 13:36 at 99 miles an hour. Pontiac on the tower side goes 10:42 at 128 miles an hour. 13:83 for Pete Legg, Surrey driver in that 56 Chevy wagon. So Terry Hoobston, he's driving that VW Carmen Ghia, 71 VW, 233 cc. In the other lane, Maurice Blendon in the Chevy. So the Carmen Ghia goes 1190 at 111 miles an hour, and it's a 1463 for the 56 Chevy in the other lane. Safety crew at the top end noticed something on the racing surface, so we'll send out the starter and he'll retrieve said object. So here comes Jerry Epp now in the Mustang. Runs in the electronics class, and so what we'll see is throttle stop action as Jerry will leave the start line under power, and then the throttle stop comes in, takes power away from the car so that it controls its release so that he hits a certain time that he's comfortable with. There you see the power come off and then comes back on. All designed to control the amount of speed and ET. He wants to finish the car. Usually that runs in the super street category, so that would be a 1090 car. He wants to run as close as possible to 1090. Runs a 1075 in that particular case, 133 miles an hour. And they have a number of runs here today on the test and tune day to get that sorted out. Al Learmonth and Ryan Isherwood now. Ryan from Cobble Hill in the 66 Plymouth. Al from Kelowna driving the 62 Chevy wagon. Al runs a 13:16 at 101 miles an hour. Ryan goes 13:42 at 101 miles per hour. All right, the second of two Rosebuds making a test pass against the Grinch. That green Camaro, fast moving, 840 at 160 miles an hour. Rosebud 1004, 129 miles an hour. The second of two Rosebuds on the property that I know of. In the water box right now, Lucas Stone and Rob Monroe Sr. Rob Monroe driving that 31 Model A. 414 cubic inch small block Chevy with a huffer on top. And probably a little more than 30 pounds of lead weight on the front end as Rob continues to try and control the launch of that vehicle. Always picking up the front end, and it's fine if it's going straight, but you do want to have a little bit more control. Lucas over here in the 69 red Chevelle. The shovel, he calls it. It seemed like a real nice, smooth, wheels up launch, but just, 6-7 inches off the ground. For Rob Monroe, he goes 888, 149 miles an hour. 1026 for the Chevelle at 92 miles an hour. Small tire Chevelle that you would think would run to the 8th mile. It goes 863 at 173 miles an hour. 863. So nice strong run. 173 miles an hour. He was moving. Sponsored by Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. And here comes Lauren Dufour and Dale Jensen. Jensen's in the copper-colored 66 Acadian. Lauren is in the copper-colored 23 Model T Altered. So these two racers sharing paint tins. Not the way we planned it. Dale getting the shut-off sign and the mop out. That makes me think that there might be something that needs to be cleaned up. Lauren Dufour getting the by run here. 23 Model T Altered. Whoa, heads for the center and goes over the center line. That's not going to count. Fortunately, he did not hit anything on the way, and so he's going to not get any information on that run. As he front end came up and he headed over to the center line, and he just let the front end come down and stayed in that direction rather than try to straighten it out. It was a little bit angled, and so that could have been worse. So no harm, no foul with no one in the other lane, but these things have a way of getting from bad to worse. That time for Lauren, it was good. No problem. 55 Chevy rolls up. It's Bel Air. David Foote from Terrace, BC. This is a licensing pass, and so as I mentioned earlier, licensing a series of runs that you need to make. Two of them that are, a good solid launch off the start line. And then two of them that take you to half track. And then two of them that you're under full power all the way through and witnessed by drivers in your category. You need to be within a certain range of the accepted time for that category as well. David goes 9.99 at 91 miles an hour. And that brings up into the water box. 34 Chevy and 63 Chevy 2. That is Gordon Hibner. And he runs a 931 at 144 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. I know that a lot of racers have their pets with them, and that's always a good thing. So you want to make sure that you are taking care of your pet, not leaving them in any distress in a hot vehicle or anything like that. You want to get them some fresh air, and they need to be hydrated as well. So always do take care of that, please. But we also know that there are times where you need to be picking up after your pet. And we had someone come up to the tower and say that little grassy stretch all along the water, it has become quite a mess. People not picking up after their pets. So consider this a friendly reminder that even here at Mission Raceway, we want you to pick up after your pets. So don't let them run around wild. That is a dangerous thing. They could come into some mischief. So do pick up after your pets as you take them for the walk along the riverbank. .913, 143 miles an hour for that 34 Chevy Roadster. Here comes Derek Patterson and Rob Love now. Derek Patterson from Dawson Creek. He's in that 67 Plymouth Barracuda, reminiscent of Sox and Martin. Rob Love is in the two-tone gray and black 67 Chevy Nova, goes 868. Barracuda, 955. '69 Chevelle on the spectator side. And 67 Ford here on the tower side. So the GMC, that's Terrier 8 over here, tower side. And Veronica Hodgson's in the dart on the spectator side. Pickup goes 1175 at 110 miles an hour, and Veronica goes 1243, 108 miles an hour. Couple of pickups. Bill Halicki, little Ranchero, 65 Ford from Langley, and Jeff Holman in another GMC. Ford on the tower side goes 1078 at 125 miles an hour. 1262 for the GMC. And that brings up Andy Fisher in the 60 Chevy pickup here on the tower side. I'm thinking that's Dave Sidden, the 2022 champ for the Gasser Get Down over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Pickup goes $11.99, $13.16 for Dave Sidden. Rob Hodgson now rolling into the beams. This is Rob's, let's see, it must be about his fourth year that he's been competing in the hot rod category. Back in 2021, he received the Stephen Condelay Memorial Award. He's driving that 67 Plymouth here, tower side. Corey Newman getting out of shape and heading right over to the blocks. Manages to get off the gas and get back in the groove and coast through with an 11.97. So the 65 Chevelle taking up a lot of real estate on that run. 68 miles per hour as he was clearly off the gas. Rob, 10.86 at 123 miles per hour. Dave Stobie from Kamloops driving that 56 Corvette. Mitchell McCartney from Abbotsford is in the 67 Falcon. Stobie goes 10.91 at 119 miles an hour. 14.18 for McCartney. 95 miles an hour. As Jim Benke and Terry Charles roll up for their next hit at the track. Jim running that Rad Torque Titanium Auto Group sponsored Plymouth Barracuda. Man has an entire basement dedicated to a trophy collection, and he just keeps wanting to get yet one more. Made some adjustments on the car so that it still goes straight when the wheels come up, and goes 10.10. Has run 10.10 earlier, 10.09, 10.04, and he's back at 10.10. 132 miles an hour, and Terry Charles in the Chevy goes 10.17. So with the front clip back on the 41 Willys, here comes Jim Winter Collectibles sponsored Roger Winter from Aldergrove. Brand new car. This is another licensing pass. So good solid launch. Sponsors include Drains to Tap, Collectibles Cap, Apparels. So attention in the pits for all racers who are coming up to make test runs. We just want to make sure that you enter into the right lanes. We are getting a lot of cars that are filling in the first lanes and then blocking the fire lanes. So we want to make sure that that fire lane is clear. If you're coming up for a test run and you're on a sportsman tree, full 5, we need you now in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right? So if you're racing on a sportsman's tree, a full 5 tree, we need you in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you are on a Pro 4 or Pro 5 tree, we'll put you in lanes 5 and 6, all right? We need to keep the fire lane open, though, so if you're on a Pro 4 and Pro 5 tree, lanes 5 and 6 are your lanes.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Just a quick announcement here. We are going to be doing some track prep very shortly here. So we are closing the staging lanes right now. We are going to be closing the staging lanes. We're going to run the cars that are in the lanes right now, and then we just have to do a quick scrape on the starting line and a little bit of track prep, and then we will make an announcement when we will be opening the lanes again. So for everybody out there, I will just mention again, we are closing the staging lanes right now just so we can do some track prep once we get through the cars that are currently in the lanes. So don't come on down, as you will get turned around. We will make an announcement once we will be opening back up the staging lanes again.
Back in the tower, and just after a visit to the Half Track Snack Shack, and had one of their great burgers. Big shout out to all of those working in that hot environment and serving up some good grub if you're so inclined. If you're a bit peckish, feeling a bit peckish, it's just after lunch, and there was no line up there, so now's a good time to go. Grab some of the great food that they have going there. I always have the bacon cheeseburger well done, and they do a splendid job on that. So thanks to Clara and all of her crew. Brian Ritchie making a pass there at 8:04, 169 miles an hour. You heard Kevin. We are closing the staging lanes for a while with track prep in the offing. If you're in the staging lanes, you're good to go. We'll be closing them down for a little bit as we do a little bit of prep. Blair Chernopsky now from Pender Island. 1965 Ford. Ford power under the hood, over on the spectator side. 67 GTO here on the tower side. At the stripe, 1278 for Blair, 1278, 104 miles an hour, 1361 here on the tower side, 104 miles an hour, and that brings up Glenn Fillingham and Jerry Brabander. Glenn driving the 1970 Hornet, and Jerry Brabander from Cloverdale in the 62 Chevy 2. Hey, how many of you remember The Man with the Golden Gun? The Roger Moore James Bond film. He takes one of those AMC Hornets and does a twirl across a river. A big jump. The car spins 360 degrees, like in a tube. I'm sure that that's not exactly what Glenn has in mind for his adventures today. The Hornet goes through with a 1025, 128 miles an hour, 1362 for the Chevy 2. Here comes Lucas Stone and Don Wilson. So Don's driving that red 52 Henry J. Got two of those on the property, at least two. Might be more coming as the weekend progresses, because lots more cars coming in to the property. Race cars as well as show cars going to be showing up here tomorrow and Sunday. If you've never been to a Loafers event, boy, there's a lot of show cars that you'll be seeing tomorrow. So Lucas Stone taking that 69 Chevelle to the stripe with a 1078 on that test pass. Don Wilson in the Henry J, 1245. Check out the ride height on this 60 Chevy here. Tower side. NHRA used to have a rule that you could have only 2 feet height between the oil pan and the racing surface. 2 feet. Otherwise, and then they figured out that the center of gravity probably should be the other way around. In any case, the 60 Chevy goes 1391, 95 miles an hour, 84 miles an hour for Darren in the 64 Ford, 1626. If you're ever walking by the magazine rack and You look at the automotive section, we've lost a lot of magazines over the last few years. It is great to see that Canadian Hot Rod magazine is still on the stands and still thriving. Lots of great articles. That's the car sponsored over on the Spectator side, the Lordco side. Canadian Hot Rod sponsored Ford, 1099, 121 miles an hour. 105 miles an hour at 1342. So yeah, if you're walking by the newsstand, check out Canadian Hot Rods. I've had an article written in that magazine as well. So they do take submissions. If you've got an interesting car story, interesting car, hey, I'm sure that Terry's always looking for material. Great looking metal flake paint job on that 55 Chevy here on the tower side against John Nielsen's Pontiac. Chevy goes 1074 to 123 miles an hour, and the Pontiac goes 1154 to 116 miles an hour. Randy Keurig is calling his 55 Little Assassin. Randy from Sycamoose. The other lane, Tia Stagg from Courtney. Firebird. $10.89 for Randy Keurig, 121 miles an hour. $10.43 for the Pontiac at 128. Here's Will Friesen now and Randy Hermsen. Wilf's driving the 57 T-Bird that he calls Warbird. And Randy, well, he's given the big Oldsmobile a name, whoa, way up high in the air for the Warbird. I want to check those wheelie bars when you get back in the pits. That was high for Wilf. 1334 for Randy Hermsen. Wilf goes 1055, 130 miles an hour. But that was quite the wheel stand for that little T-Bird. Not normal for that car to respond that way. Good traction out on the racing surface, that's for sure. Brian making sure that it's clean and sticky. Luke Staber and Darren Kampf now. That's the next pair. $11.66 for the Chevy on the tower side. Darren goes 13:03 at 107 miles an hour on the Spectator side. Claudio Fischer and Vic Gerbrandt. 69 Chevelle here on the TCS lane. The 70 Oldsmobile on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Ragtop Oldsmobile spinning the wheels. Chevelle goes 1280, 97 miles an hour, 1280. The other lane, it's a 1474. Chevy Nova and Henry J action. This is the second of the Henry J's that are on the property racing. I suspect that we'll see some as show cars come Saturday and Sunday. Henry J, a very popular body style in the early days of drag racing. 11:05 for the Chevy at 114 miles an hour, and the Henry J goes 1495 at 87 miles an hour. Ryan Putz goes 11:47. Ryan from Chilliwack in that Impala, and Jeff Hoffman goes 12:63. How about this one? Darren Romillard and Doug Marshall. Darren from Carstairs, Alberta, in that little 35 Ford pickup. Chopped, sectioned, and, well, shall we say, modified greatly. The lane, the 62 Chevy 2, off the gas and coasting now, but the pickup goes 10:08. 10:08 at 127 miles an hour. It's 14:85, just for the record books, for Doug Marshall. Lee Grant and Andrew Weeb. Talked to Lee just for a minute in the staging lanes. He basically brought that car home in all sorts of parts and pieces and put it together himself in the garage. And it is certainly reflective of what the Langley Loafers are all about. That is the state-of-the-art drag racer from about 1949. Flathead engine. Lee says you can get just about everything in that flathead brand new today. And it has the typical early drag racing shimmy as he leaves the line. That is one classic vehicle. It's got original Stromberg carburetors as well. They're original, not repops. Andrew Weeb got through with a 14:07 and a 17:47 is the time for Lee Grant in that little 29 Ford Hot Rod. Remember, I said flathead, 260 cubic inches. So that is going to be it for Test and Tune for just a little bit as we do some track maintenance and get some track preparation. It is hot out there, and so we just need to make sure that the track stays sticky for those who are going to be running a little bit later on this afternoon. We have Test and Tune until at least 4 o'clock. So now would be a good time to check out the pit areas and say hi to the Langley Loafers guys at their trailer. They have some merch available. Get yourself a nice Langley Loafers jacket. They have those for sale, and over the weekend they will be doing all sorts of prize draws as well. They have raffles going, that kind of thing. Later on this evening, they'll be they're setting up right now for their barbecue and that kind of stuff. So big weekend for the Langley Loafers, an organization that has been around for a good number of years. They go back to, what is it? I guess they were formed in about 1957. So they have always been Langley-based, hence the name. They were a hot rod club, and they had been active since 1957. The Langley Loafers have been. The club membership is comprised of roughly 30 active and enthusiastic street rod and race car hobbyists. And the members, they come from the community. They're a diverse group of business leaders, and they've got different career backgrounds, but the one thing they all have in common is a love of old cars and serving the community. Going back to about 1988, the Langley Loafers had a number of very successful car shows, and they had some rallies, and all of that is what led them to create the very first BC old-time drags back in 1988. It's an annual event now here at Mission Raceway, and it's become a major motorsports gathering in the area. Of course, the financial success of all these events, along with the contribution from the many sponsors who support the Langley Loafers, along with the racers who also support the Langley Loafers, all of that has enabled the club to undertake a scholarship program in the Langley high schools. And over the years, the Langley Loafers have presented cash scholarships to automotive shop career program students, and this is actually one of the first awards in BC to be handled that way. And the various schools have benefited from this program, If you're in the Langley area, you probably know which schools they are. Club has a long-standing plan to continue supporting high school racing programs throughout the BC Secondary School Motorsport Association. So that's just a little bit of background on the Langley Loafers, who are presenting this weekend's Old Time Drags. Hey, while it's quiet, of course, all weekend is the Langley Loafers. Today is the test and tune day. Tomorrow is qualifying day. So all the classes that we see running today, the testing and the tuning, it will be all down to the street rod category. They have two classes, street rod A and B. They have street classic with A and B, and street machine, A, B, and C. And then on top of that, they have two classes of outlaw. Outlaw running with electronics and outlaw running with no electronics. And then the capper, nostalgic gas, the straight axle category. And then on top of that, Canada West door slammers are on the property and pro modifieds here on the property as well. So lots of great racing action that will be happening. So qualifying is tomorrow. Sunday, kick things off Sunday morning with chapel service at 8 o'clock, third floor of the tower here. Hope you can join us. Got some stories from Don Garlitz all about close calls. So that'll be at 8 o'clock on Sunday morning, and then get you out of there by 8:30 at the latest. Racing gets underway right about 9 o'clock. So lots of time to get back into the pits and get into the staging lanes. So I will not hold you up. So then all day Sunday is elimination day, and our plan is to be running eliminations probably, well, until they're finished, but I suspect about 5 o'clock or so. So that is the status of the weekend here for the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. We're really happy that you were able to join us here today, and as we continue with our track prep, we'll get everything all sprayed up, cleaned up, and get set for the second half of the test and tune day. So stay tuned. We'll let you know what the status of the racetrack is as we continue to prepare. So everything is moving along quite nicely. The tractors are completing their rotation. I see that Brian has the sprayer in action. It's moving, and so we'll have a little spray on the track, get the traction compound up to running order, and then we will be opening up the staging lanes once again. So be set for that. Here we go with everybody's place in line, all right? If you are on a sportsman tree, that's a full 5 light, all right? Full 5, you're in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is for the full 5 sportsman's tree, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we will put, if you're on a Pro 4 or Pro 5 tree, we'll put you in lanes 5 and 6. Pro 4 and Pro 5, lanes 5 and 6. So that is going to be the staging lane situation. But at this point, they're still closed. We'll keep you posted. It should be opening up pretty quick. Well, the tractor doing the drag on the track right now. On cold days, which this day is not, on cold days, you will see the tractor making some passes, actually both tractors doing some passes, and dragging those giant rear slicks that they have positioned on the back of the tractors, rubbing real slick rubber onto the racing surface, giving it a nice, smooth, clean, consistent finish. On a day like this, it's more about getting the rubber on the track after it's been cleaned and not about getting the heat in the track. I suspect the racing surface here today up in the 120s range. On a day like this, it's where the track temperature usually gets up to. So once the tractor has completed a pass, then we'll take the sprayer and put a coat of traction compound on the racing surface. And so I think that if you are wandering in the pits and you're saying, when are they going to be sending cars down the track? Well, I would suggest that when you hear me call for cars in the lanes, then you start heading back to the bleachers. And I do need to make an announcement for Jim Benke. Apparently it's been done. I don't need to make that announcement. An event like this doesn't necessarily happen all by itself. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, a lot of hours invested in making an event like this take place, but there's also a lot of financial investment from sponsors, and so it's always good for us to give a shout out to all of the sponsors. And here are the BC Old Time Drag sponsors for 2023. We've got the platinum sponsor, BC Scale Company. They are the platinum sponsor, and you see their signage on the spectator side. So they are supporters of racing here at Mission Raceway. The class sponsor, Kramer Racing. And then all of the show and shine sponsors. Remember, starting tomorrow and Sunday, there's going to be a lot of hot rods on the property, a car show as well as a racing event. So the show and shine sponsors, Alder Auto Parts, Badass Garage, who are on the property here today with selling their wares. I urge you to head over to the Badass Garage and take a look at all the great stuff that they have on the property. Bob's Driveline Service, and Fryby Gourmet Foods and Historic Dudney Pub. Those are the two sponsors most involved in the barbecue that is taking place, or the food that is going to be supplied later on this evening. There is a barbecue and beer garden that is open to everybody who's on the property. That is probably going to get underway sometime shortly after 6 o'clock, and it is out close to the racetrack, and you can see the tents going up. Other sponsors include Jelly Bean Auto Crafters, Jim Winter Collectible Car Appraisals, Johnston Meyer Insurance on 200th and 72nd, Lee's Market and Nitro Lube, Richard Purcell, SoCal Canada, Steamworks Brewing, TCS Products, the Old Car Center, Torchman Rod and Custom, and Barnes Wheaton GM. So all those great folks who have stepped up with sponsorship here for the BC Old Time Drags, we thank you for your support and really appreciate your efforts. And of course, we also have a big shout out go to the Langley Loafers for staging this great event over this long weekend, the BC Old Time Drags. Well, it looks like now's the time to call cars to the lanes on this Friday test and tune. We have finished with track preparation. I see Greg Field is underneath the tower, but let's call any racers who still would like to make some test passes, made some changes to the car, need to check them out. If you're on a sportsman's tree, that's full 5. We will put you in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So sportsman's tree, full 5 in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you are on a Pro 4 or Pro 5 tree, we want you in lanes 5 and 6. Okay, Pro 4 and Pro 5 in lanes 5 and 6, please. So this is the call. If you want to make some more test and tune runs, the track is open. And if you've been wandering around the pits, now might be a good time to head back to the bleachers. I see a few of the door slammer cars in the staging lanes, but the lanes are now open. Just another word for all of those racers in lanes 5 and 6. If you're P4 or P5, it would be extremely helpful for you to write that on your driver's side window. Up against the chip, Greg Field. 6-second runner in that essentially homemade Opel GT, 69 Opel GT, 572 cubic inch big block Chevy, twin turbo. Once again, if you're racing a Pro 4 or Pro 5 tree, lanes 5 and 6, and would you please put P4 or P5 on your window to help us make sure you get the right tree. So you see the crew member checking the wheelie bars, and that adjustment is less about how high the front end goes and more about how hard they want to plant the tire. And that is going to be based on certainly the air and the traction and the setup that they have, how much the tire squats and provides a racing surface. So that is all predetermined as part of the suspension setup. And so Greg Field making his first pass here today, sponsored by Active Car Auto, Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, and Total Turbo. Here it is. This is Greg Field's first shot. Leaves the line quite smoothly and stays pretty much in the groove. Goes 678. 678 at 203 miles an hour. Pops the laundry and brings it to a quick stop at the top end. So that Opel has run as quick as 640 at 220. So obviously on the first checkout pass, you want to just see what it's going to do. Jason Gagnon from Kelowna in the Blue 70 Nova. So all the door slammers, they do have to run 870 or better to be in the program. And so that's the target for them, 870. All their qualifying is going to be tomorrow, and then typically one run Sunday morning. Well, the tire's breaking loose right at the hit for Jason. He gets off the gas, collects it up, and then motors on through with an 860, 178 miles an hour. And here comes John DeYoung. Artex Barn Solutions, Total Dairy Solutions, sponsoring their racing enterprise, and one of the sponsors for Canada West Door Slammers. Once again, much like Greg Field, this is also a 6-second car, quite capable of being in the mid-sixes. See how John DeYoung navigates the racetrack here on this hot afternoon. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. And Langley Loafers old-time drags. Keeps it straight down the middle. Chutes come out 676. 676 at 205 miles an hour. So certainly nothing to be unhappy about there. 676, 205 miles an hour. Running in the Outlaw E category, that's Outlaw with electronics. One of two Rosebud racers, Grant and Lindsay Rose. Fans of movie Citizen Kane will be familiar with Rosebud. So Cam Shantz making a checkout pass on a car that we've not seen him in. Prince George is home base for this 37 Chevy. So he launches hard, and then at around the 330-foot mark, basically decided to call it a day. Takes his foot out, goes through at 1399. 1399, 59 miles an hour coasting. Dustin Hunter now coming up here on the tower side in his 64 Ford Falcon. Up in the other lane, the Chevy El Camino of Drade and Foxcroft. (911) 146 miles an hour for Dustin Hunter, 1244 for Drayden, as Jim Benke rolls up, making pass number 5 for the day. That's the great thing about a test and tune day. You get to make basically as many runs as you can on the vehicle, making as many changes as you can make. And so Jim getting as low as 10:04 on one of his earlier passes. Set up on the Barracuda, wheels come up pretty high, and the challenge has been to keep it straight. Goes 10:11, so slowed down a tick, but then the track is probably hotter than it has been on the other 4 runs. Here comes Terry Hoogston now from Maple Ridge in his 71 VW Carmen Ghia. Terry runs at 12:13, 109 miles an hour. So 1168 at 114 miles an hour for tower side. Spectator side 1205, 109 miles an hour as Dennis Winton rolls up. '66 Bel Air. 383 cubic inches under the hood of that station wagon, and he runs 1182, 111 miles an hour. And here is Pete Legg and Maurice Blenda. Pete Legg from Surrey in the 56 Chevy wagon. It's a 56 Chevy in the other lane as well, but not a wagon. So Pete Legg will get there 1385 at 93 miles an hour against the Chevy in the other lane that ran 1454 at 94 miles an hour. Here comes Corey Newman now and Ryland Cook. Ryland's in that 68 Falcon, and Corey in the 65 Chevelle. 9:03 at 147 miles an hour for Corey. Ryland goes 1474 at 88 miles an hour. And that brings up the 69 Cougar of Rick Sand. David Foote is in the other lane in his 55 Bel Air. So Foote goes 10:13 at 87 miles an hour, and Rick in the Cougar 12:47, 107 miles per hour. Here comes Al Prock. Rob Murray in the other lane too. Rob Murray from Merritt driving that 49 Austin. They even stretched the cab a little bit by about 3-4 inches just to give themselves a little bit of room to wiggle. 103-inch wheelbase on that Austin, so it's a handful. At 12:08, runs 111 miles an hour. Al Prock in the CUDA goes 1094, 109 miles an hour. Here comes Stephen Wilson and Jerry Brabander. So the Mooch goes through with the 1028, 128 miles an hour, tower side. Spectator side, 1382. 1382 at 101 miles per hour. I am told this is a licensing pass. Plymouth Barracuda, Jordan Almas. Kept it in the groove, under power for the 8th mile, and then coast through with a 10.68 at 92 miles an hour. Brings up Ted Buss. Buss driving the 34 Ford Hot Rod, 427 cubic inches of Chevy power. I was going to say under the hood, but it's actually sitting out in the open air. Big wing on the back to keep it stable at the top end as he goes 917. 143 miles an hour. And that brings up Mark Brenzinger and Terry Charles. I was talking to Mark. If you look on the rear quarter panel, Vinny Speed Shop and Bail Bonds. That was a name of a sponsorship that came from a certain amount of sophisticated adult refreshments in the garage. Vinny is the name of his cat. That much I know for a fact. So Terry Charles in the 56 Chevy goes 10:29, and Mark Brenzinger goes 9:65 in the out-of-time Nova. Walter Johnson and Dale Jensen. Jensen having some issues earlier, having to go back in the pits and tighten up a few hoses. Fast running little 66 Acadian Canso, 821, goes 821, 166 miles per hour. He's from Armstrong. Walter Johnson in the Chevelle ran 11:32 at 118 miles an hour. Mitchell McCartney just backing up in his 67 Falcon there. 302 under the hood. Chris Moretto from Powell River. He's up here this side in that Vega panel. A Vega station wagon by any other name. 71 is the year. 327 cubic inches. It goes 11:05 at 118 miles an hour. So Mitchell McCartney taking that 67 Falcon down the quarter mile. Putting it through its paces here on this test pass, goes 14:25, 94 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Ryan Isherwood and Rob Hodgson. Now, interesting thing here is that Rob is driving the late Jim Isherwood's legendary 67 Plymouth. This was a wheel-standing car for the longest time. That front end used to ride high in the air. So he's driving the late Jim Isherwood's legendary car, while Ryan Isherwood is in the other lane from Cobble Hill. Now Rob goes 1091 at 122 miles an hour in the blue Plymouth, and in the goldish colored Plymouth, Ryan goes 1246. Andy Hatton now in the Grinch, that green Camaro. On the start line. That's a fast car. Got to talk to Andy about putting that name on the vehicle. Runs 840, 159 miles an hour. Says, I got lots of room to stop. I don't need to put out the parachute. And he brings it to a nice little slow down. Turns off at the top end. We wait for him to do. There he goes. All right, here comes Mel Patterson and Michael Mahoney. Now, Patterson high in the air, and that Acadian wheels up launch. 427 big block Chevy under the hood. That Acadian goes 1019, 131 miles an hour, and from Oak Harbor. Michael Mahoney goes 1177 in that 38 Plymouth. Jason Field coming up to the stage beams now in his Yanko Chevy. Well, we're going to back him up and do that again. Jason runs in the Canada West Door Slammer Series, has also run in the 8th Mile Outlaw classes too. So straight down the groove to an 833 at 162 miles an hour for Jason Field. Goes Brendan Reese and Carl Jameson. Brendan driving the Catch 22 Camaro and Carl the 57 Chevy. Catch 22 Camaro over here, tower side, and that big 57 Chevy. Heading down track, turning on the red light, but he's basically just working against the clock anyway. Just needs to know how the car is going to perform over 1,320 feet. The Camaro goes 1098 at 125 miles an hour, and that 57 goes 1311. 1311 at 100 miles an hour. This is a good one. Darren Romillard from Carstairs, Alberta, brings that 35 Ford pickup to the line. In the other lane, Don Almas in his 69 Purple Dart. 440 cubic inches of Dodge power. So the little pickup goes 1005, and the Dodge Dart 983. As Derek Patterson brings his 67 Plymouth Barracuda to the start line. Quick fish, he calls it. .949, 139 miles an hour for Derek Patterson. In the water box right now, getting the signal. 68 Dart of John Sayer. He's over here tower side. Doug Rumley in the 67 CUDA over in the other lane. 10:44 for Doug Rumley in the CUDA. Travels 129 miles an hour. John Sayer goes 12:09 at 110. Here comes Jerry Brabander and Brad Owens. Now, Owens runs that 55 Chevy in a number of classes during the racing season. He runs it in the hot rod category. He runs it in the pro bracket category, and he'll be running in one of the Langley Loafers old-time drags categories for this weekend in that 55 Chevy. In the other lane, Brabander from Cloverdale. It's a 62 Chevy 2. So Brad goes 979 at 135 miles an hour, and Jerry goes 1062 at 123. As Lauren DeFore, he is going to make another try, not able to get the car down track on his previous appearance here on the start line, so obviously went back into the pit area, made a bunch of adjustments to this little altered, and we'll see what happens. 1923 Ford T-body, one of the three popular body styles in the altered class. You've got your 23 Ts, you've got your Fiats, 1948 Fiat, and then you've got the Bantam bodies. Those were the three most popular. Hard to say which one was the most popular. So Lauren able to keep it in his lane this time. Goes 959 at 121 miles an hour. And Gordon in the Chevy 2 goes 952 at 140 miles an hour. Here comes Bill Bolt now. Brutus Truck Bodies. Bolt taking the 69 Camaro down track, goes 851, 157 miles an hour. As Poe Freeborn completes the burnout. Crew member checks the wheelie bars, make sure that they have the right squat on the rear slicks. Take full advantage of the traction available here at the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. Out of shape right at the hit, but gathered it up pretty quickly. Goes 783 at 179 miles an hour before popping the chutes. 783 for Poe. 179 miles an hour. Brings up the Rosebud Roadster alongside Grant Howell from Victoria. Grant Howell in the Canada West Door Slammer series, and he's in that 37 Chevy. Howell gets there with a 781, 173 miles an hour, 820 for a little roadster. 820 at 159 miles an hour. 1971 Chevrolet Camaro with the big block Chevy under the hood. That is Kevin Garlock. Ron Anthony is in that 37 Chevy. Black Chevy here, tower side. Terry Denome getting real close to the center line. Got out of the groove and just sort of drove to the center. He's in that 57 Ford. 1093 he runs. 1093 at 121 miles an hour. And the 37 Chevy goes 1232, 104. Here comes Ryan Johnston in the flamed out Corvette, tower side. And one of the Canada West Door Slammer contenders in the other lane. Station wagon stops the clocks 11:65. The Corvette at 8:32. So Brady Peterson now from Souk on the island. It's in that 66 Ford Fairlane. Here on the tower side. Mopar in the other lane. .1170 for Brady, 116 miles an hour. The other lane, left too soon. No incrementals. Here comes Jerry Epp, Street Machine A. That's a category with electronics, so you see the throttle stop in play there. And then not coming back the way that it was supposed to. Sometimes you have in the throttle stop or index categories, the idea is to pull power out of the car to make sure that it hits the top end at the right index time. In Jerry's case, it would have been a 1090. And you're always making more horsepower than you need, and so that car can run way better than 1090, obviously. The idea is not to. But on that particular case, it was a whole bunch of not to. 1368, nowhere near what that car is capable of. 135 miles an hour. Here comes Roger Winter once again. Still says license on the top of that 41 Willys. Great looking card. Sponsored by Jim Winter Collectibles. Insurance. Car appraisals. Roger Winter behind the wheel from Aldergrove. Roger, of course, used to drive a orange Altered, and so whole different surrounding in that 1941 Willys. Going to take some time to get used to that, I'm sure. Lucas Stone now in the 69 Chevelle, Winfield. Lucas is over on the spectator side, the red Chevelle. 67 Chevelle over here. That is Kerry Stone, the black one. Got a fair bit of black smoke. It was almost like it was running diesel. Kerry Stone goes 837, 169 miles an hour. 906 for Lucas, 138 miles an hour. Tim Courtner is behind the wheel of that 55 pickup. Hails out of Victoria. 468 cubic inch big block Chevy. Colin in the Pontiac having problems, and so he's off the gas, just coasting too. We'll take the short turn off on that one, I'm sure. Tim goes 1109 at 119 miles an hour. And that brings up Terry Langdon Davies. Steve Thorne completes his burnout alongside Don Murray in that Hemi Cuda. It's a sleeper of a car if you ever saw one. Come up against that one somewhere in White Rock. I think Don lives in White Rock, and your first clue should be the fact that he's got a parachute on the back of that Cuda. And that typically means he can go at least 150 miles an hour in the quarter mile. No slouch in the other lane. Steve Thorne and that Plymouth is going to stick by him. Yeah, it's pretty evenly matched, actually. Steve will get there first. Goes 898, 155 miles an hour. 934 to 145 for Don Murray. Here comes Drayden Foxcroft and Walter Johnson. Walter Johnson in the 72 Chevelle goes 1121, 118 miles an hour. Drayden, 1274 at 108 miles an hour. Gary Cassidy now from Langley. Cassidy Hot Rod sponsorship on that pickup. Ryan Cadre in the 71 Chevy in the other lane. So Ryan will get there with a 1262, but it's the pickup that's the quicker of the two with a 1213, 111 miles an hour. As Ron Fawcett makes his next pass. Again, 23T Model T on that altered. Big Chevy engine sitting right out front. Running in the Outlaw Electronics category. This is Ron Fawcett from Nanaimo. Sponsored by Straight Line Race Cars. on getting it over, well, staying in the groove, but close to the center line anyway. Almost out of the groove. Manages a 981 at 140 miles an hour. We do not have many front-engine dragsters here today, but we got one, and that's Ty McLean. 69 front-engine dragster with 427 cubic inch small block Chevy sitting out in front of the driver. In the other lane here, Mike McMahon, 69 Camaro. I talked with Mike earlier in the day, went by the pits, and I said, hey, congrats, you've got proper injector stacks. And he says, yeah, they like that nostalgia angle. It looks old school, that's for sure. It's got about 900 horsepower under the hood of that Camaro, and they're pretty happy with the way it's running, but they're looking to beef that up a little bit more. So let's see how he does on this pass. Dragster, of course, will start to move away at the top end, goes 823 at 160, and the Camaro goes 907 at 150 miles an hour. So quite happy with the way the car has been performing. Here comes Ross Walker now, here on the tower side. Walker from Langley, 66 Chevy 2. Mark Ballon from Parkland. That would be on the island. 55 Chevy. Walker gets there with a 1013 at 130 miles an hour against an 1123 for the Chevy. In the other lane, 118 miles per hour. And here comes Veronica Hodgson and Lee Grant. Hodgson, a regular runner here in the Summit ET Racing Series. Lee bringing out the old 29 Ford just for this event. So Dustin Hunter is in the Falcon Fast, and just when you thought that the Falcon had a short wheelbase, he's up against that black car. That is one quick short wheelbase car. 964. Dustin gets there with a 911. Dueling Henry J's. So the Henry J was an extremely popular body style back in the 60s because it was already somewhat aerodynamic. And keep in mind that they were racing these cars at a time where aerodynamics were just being studied. We did not know everything we know today about aerodynamics. So everybody felt, got a nice swoopy body, it's got to be a fast car. And so we saw a lot of Henry J's on the racing tarmac during those years. Lordco lane goes 1239. That's Don Wilson, 1239 at 109 miles an hour. 1416 for the Henry J in the other lane at 93 miles an hour. 69 Cuda. Heading down track is Jordan Almas. And he's off the gas. 11:62. I believe that is a licensing pass as well. 78 miles an hour, so clearly not on the throttle as he went through the timing lights at the top end. This is a pretty wild vehicle, 1938 Ford. Does have Chevy power under the hood. Katie Shirk from Langley driving that van. .1456 at 91 miles an hour. That is the time in mile per hour in the Lordco lane. Katie goes 18:19, 72. More for show than go on that gorgeous looking 38 Ford. Here comes Bill Halicki and Vic Sierra. Bill is in the 65 Ford here on the tower side. It's a 56 Ford on the other side with Vic running 10:56. 126 miles an hour against Bill's 10:92 at 124 miles an hour. 69 Chevelle and 62 Chevy 2. So Chris Lloyd over here from Uyama. 69 Chevelle. And Doug Marshall is from Enderby in the silver Chevy 2. Lordco lane runs 10:13. Doug Marshall goes 127 miles an hour. Chris Lloyd, 10:26, 128 miles an hour. So Mitchell McCartney making yet one more pass here on the Test and Tune Friday. Mitchell from Abbotsford in the, is that a greenish 67 Falcon? And Ron Parsons from Creston here in the 67. I'm guessing that's a Ranchero. Sea Island Forever sponsorship for Ron. He goes 10:65. 10:65 at 127 miles an hour. 14:28 in the other lane. Hey, just a reminder, if you are here on the property, the Langley Loafers are having their barbecue and drinks at 6 p.m. beside the Pro Shop. And that's beside the Pro Shop at the end of the bleachers here on the pit side. Weekend racers and crew only. So head over to the barbecue and drinks, 6 p.m. Langley Loafers putting that on. And food is supplied by Fryby Gourmet Foods and the historic Dudney Pub. Jim McIsaac and Tia Stagg. 68 Pontiac over on the Lordco side. Big block Chevy. 468 cubic inches in the Firebird. Plymouth being driven by Jim McIsaac. Plymouth gets there with a 972, 137 miles an hour. And Pontiac Firebird goes 1051. Lordco Lane has the Cougar. Cougar runs 1246 at 106 miles an hour. And the Ford in the Lordco, or in the TCS lane, runs 1150, 118 miles an hour. Al Learmouth now from Kelowna, driving the 62 Nova wagon. And Andy Fisher's in the 1960 Chevy pickup. So the pickup goes 1216, 108 miles an hour, 1319 for the Nova wagon at 101 miles per hour. David Sidden now, he is your 2022 Gasser Get Down champion in that 1949 whatever. You should check what that is. Great patina. Sponsored by Canadian Hot Rod Magazine. And Darren Kampf in the other lane. So Sidden, 1313, 98 miles an hour. Not the quickest gasser on the property, I can assure you of that. But again, it's about being consistent, right? Leaving on that green light as close to a perfect reaction time as possible. And also running the number that you have dialed in. Make it a good package. Perfect reaction time is 000. Brian McLennan pushing the tree, turning on the red bulb, but again, that's okay. He's being run against the clock here, so he's just going for time. 972 is what he gets. 133 miles an hour. In the other lane, John Vandervoort from Abbotsford Firebird goes 1031 at 129 miles an hour. Here we go. Part of the Gasser program for the Langley Loafers old-time drags, the straight axle class. Luke Below from North Van in that absolutely spectacular 555. No, I got one number off, didn't I? Didn't somebody should have checked. So the 41 Willies of David Wooten over here, Tower side. Both these cars running blowers. Old school. 41 Willys, 515 cubic inch big block Chevy with a supercharger on top. He is from Foothills, Alberta, sponsored by Wayne Harry. Built and raced this car in Oregon. That's the purple 41 Willys underneath the bridge. In the other lane, the 554 replica of Luke Below. 1934 Ford. It is a replica of the Moonahem and Faust hot rod from the early 60s. Now Luke's car runs quicker than they ever did. And does a spectacular burnout to boot. If you're in the pits and you take a look at Luke's 554 and compare it to photos of the original car that ran, like I say, in the early 60s, it is a spitting image. They worked real hard to make that look as real, as old as possible, and yet it's also built to be up to the safety standards of racing today. And as I say, Luke's car runs quicker than the original 554 ever did. So the gasser class is a wild class. It used to be one of the most popular classes in drag racing's early days. There would be upwards of 24 41 Willies at the U.S. Nationals, all vying for contention in that AA gas supercharged class. We get a good taste of it here this weekend. Wow. Wooten heading for the wall and had to get out of it and correct. Luke goes 7:48, 188 miles an hour, and says, I don't need no stinking parachute. 780 for the 41 Willies, 181 miles an hour. So Luke below, the 554, 748. So here's a wild one. Miles Butts from Enderby. 1932 Ford Altered. And running in the straight axle class, it says here, he's happy to be on track. 1932 Ford Altered. A little bit of a lengthened wheelbase, probably in the 120 some odd range, inches. Gives the altered class just a little bit more stability because when they're shorter, they have got an awful lot of horsepower on a very short wheelbase. So you want to keep it as much under control as possible by lengthening the wheelbase. So Miles getting some start line instruction from the starter as he has to get back behind the stage beams, and as it says, he's happy to be on track, so obviously it's been a while. Let's see how he fares here on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. Miles Butts, 1932 Ford Altered. On and off the throttle as he leaves the line until he feels comfortable, keeps his foot buried in it. After about the 330-foot mark, goes 891. 891, 114 miles an hour. So, hey, if he's happy to be on track, we're happy to see Miles on the track. That's for sure. Here's Brian Putz now. The Harry Camary. I'm not sure. 65 Impala. He's over here on the tower side. And Victor Brandt from Chilliwack. 1970 Oldsmobile ragtop. It'll be the Impala that stops the clocks first with a 10:31, 131 miles an hour, and over in the other lane, 14:36 for Vic. 100 miles an hour. Russell Jeffrey in his 66 Nova stops the clocks at 9:51, 140 miles an hour. Claudio Fisher from Surrey in the purple Chevelle. It's 12:39, 101 miles an hour. Looks like John DeYoung is getting set to make another pass. Completes his burnout, backs up. Tires nice and clean, nice and warm. John ran a 670 earlier, just over 200 miles an hour. So obviously looking to make some improvements. He has run quicker than that in that Camaro. But let's see how he does here. Staged, ready to go. Looking good, nice and straight. Moving over a little bit, goes 679 again. 679 at 206 miles an hour. So John DeYoung taking that 69 or 68 Camaro through the top end. Just getting any tune-up changes sorted out. And the last time I was at the racetrack, Cam Shands was driving a silver 27 4T Roadster. So it looks like he's traded in the 4T Roadster for a 37 Chevy. And he is from Prince George. So Cam Shands breaks the pre-stage beam and now staged and not able to hold it on the line. Decides to get it down there at least. So he leaves before the tree was activated, and what that means, of course, is that none of the incremental times along the quarter mile at the 60, 330, 1/8,000 quarter, none of the incremental times are registered on his time slip. So it's unfortunate. He may have some onboard computer data that he can resort to for tuning next time. Here's Terry Charles now, and Terry Denome with a second vehicle. He's got that 57 Ford wagon. Well, he's also got this pickup. Terry Charles takes the 56 Chevy, goes 1035, 125 miles an hour, and Terry takes the truck to a 1751 at 77 miles an hour. That brings up Dave Stobie and Randy Keurig. Randy's been racing 55 Chevys for a long time. This is the latest in the line. Lil Assassin, it's called. He is out of Sycamoose, BC, and got 454 cubic inches. Under the hood, that 56 Corvette has a little bit of a smaller power plant, but also is a lot lighter. So Dave Stobie gets there with the 1086. Randy goes 1092. Nice paint on the Rosebud, I think. Dave Foote is driving the 55 Bel Air over on the spectator side. Don't have any information yet on the Rosebud, but that's a great looking car. 27 Ford T Roadster. Popular in the gas classes as well. Launched hard and off the gas. So coast through the top end. .1284 is the time for the Roadster at 80 miles an hour. Because he's coasting, we'll just hold the cars on the start line until he gets off the track. And there he goes. So we're good to go. .975 is the time for David Foote. 975 at 102 miles an hour. And that brings up Jordan Almas. 69 Cuda. was making licensing passes earlier. Today's the day that you want to do the licensing, because then if you get that completed and get sign off on your license runs, you're able to compete here this weekend, because qualifying is going to be all day tomorrow. All these cars that you see testing are going to be qualifying, trying to get as good a time as possible, or at least determining what the car is going to run consistently. And then eliminations on Sunday. The other Rosebud car goes 10:15, 129 miles an hour. So Dustin Hunter making, well, I've lost track of how many runs Dustin has made, taking full advantage of what the day brings. Chris Moretto in the other lane in that Vega panel. He's been up here a few times as well. So a little bit of smoke coming out of the Vega panel. Doesn't look too serious. It's not lingering. That's always good. Vega runs 11:18. And Dustin in the Falcon goes 9:11. Hailing out of New West, this pickup is quite the setup. Wheelie bars, supercharged, and shaped like a brick. Not exactly the most aerodynamic vehicle on the property, but still runs a 1037, 130 miles an hour. Rylan Cook and Dennis Winton. Some people always ask, why is Dennis's hood open on the station wagon? And his response is basically what you might expect. It just helps cool the car off. The air goes in there and keeps it a little bit cooler than had it be closed. 1179 for the wagon that he calls Shaggy, 111 miles an hour, and Rylan goes 1483 in the Falcon, 83 miles an hour. Oh, you're supposed to keep the smoke in. He let the smoke out. So we'll send the safety crew up at the top end and see whether that's good news or bad news. But yeah, he's supposed to keep the smoke in, not let the smoke out. So Jason runs a 745. Good strong run, 199 miles an hour. As Brian Ritchie is sitting in the water box. So we'll just send safety crew out, take a quick peek, give me a moment to talk about the sponsors for this weekend's BC Old Time Drags. Once again, want to give a big shout out to all the people who have provided sponsorship time and money and product to make this weekend such a big success. It always is every year, and this long weekend is not any different. So, platinum sponsor, BC Scale Company. That is the platinum sponsor for the weekend. Class sponsors, Kramer Racing. And then they've got all of the show and shine sponsors, Alder Auto Parts, Badass Garage, Bob's Driveline Service, Friday Gourmet Foods, Historic Dudney Pub, Jelly Bean Auto Crafters, Jim Winter Collectible Car Appraisals, Johnston Meyer Insurance on 200th and 72nd, Lee's Market, Nitro Lube, Richard Persall, SoCal Canada, Steamworks Brewing, TCS Products, the Old Car Center, Torchman Rod and Custom, and Barnes Wheaton GM. I want to thank all those sponsors for putting up time, money, and product to make this weekend such a great success. The BC Old Time Drags. Just as we have the next two cars start their burnouts, that'll be Rick Model and Brian Ritchie. I did want to mention to everyone who is watching online, if you are watching us on the live stream, I want to thank you for taking time out of your day to do that. If you've been watching the incremental times, it is there is a glitch in the system, so the times that you've been seeing are not necessarily the times that are reflective of what's actually happening on the racetrack. There is a sensor that is out at the 1,000-foot mark, and so what's happening to the streaming timing system is that it is putting the quarter mile per hour and ETs into the 1,000-foot sensors, and so it's just reflecting a premature time. So we apologize for that mix-up. It is being looked at and will be fixed for tomorrow, but the 1,000-foot sensor is out here at the track. It doesn't affect any of the racing or testing or the incremental times that all the racers get here. It's just showing up on the live stream inaccurately on the TCS side of the racetrack. So Brian Ritchie goes 8:05 at 168 miles an hour, and Rick in the 69 Camaro goes 8:80 at 158 miles an hour. So next pair, Pete Legg and Brad Owens. Battle of the 55s. One a wagon, one not. So Brad Owens, the quicker of the two cars. He will hit the stripe first with the 976, 134 miles an hour. Pete Legg's wagon goes 1392 at 92 miles an hour. As Don Almas and Doug Pitmati. Doug Pitmati from Vernon is over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Almas in the dart goes 988, 135 miles an hour, and in the other lane, 1164, 118 miles an hour. Here comes Bert Worrell and Corey Newman now. Bert from Langley in the orange Dodge Dart. And Corey from St. Albert, Alberta in the red 65 Chevelle. It's the Chevelle that hits the stripe first with a 913, 146 miles an hour. 1018 for Bert, 130 miles an hour. Leaving the line in the 69 GMC. That is Terry Raitt heading down track now. Terry goes 1167, 111 miles an hour. Rob Murray brought the 49 Austin up last time and had problems. They had to shut it off, and so... Great reaction time, 002 on the reaction time. Perfect is trip zip. And he runs a 1228, 109 miles an hour. Here's Steven Wilson now, and Jerry Brabander. Brabander's in the Chevy 2 on the spectator side. The Mooch and 65 Acadian over here, tower side. 10:59 for Brabander's Chevy 2. 14:34 off the pace for the Acadian of Steven Wilson. Lordco not able to get the altered into reverse, so he will just run it through, forego any incremental times on that run. Darren Romillard in that 35 Ford pickup. He will break the beams, 10:14, 125 miles an hour. And Doug Marshall in the other lane, the 62 Chevy 2 goes 10:11 at 127 miles an hour. Andy Hatton in the Grinch. Over here in the green Grinch, 841, 159 miles an hour. The other lane, Dale Jensen from Armstrong goes 860, 157 miles an hour. You check out the name on this 38 Plymouth here. Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. I wonder if there's some company that's upset with that. I suspect there might be. Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. Torques the front end and drives a little bit over to the wall, but manages to put her back in the groove. Michael Mahoney up against Blair Chernopsky. 38 Plymouth gets there with an 1179, 111 miles an hour, and Blair goes 1263, 84 miles an hour. Brings up Mal Patterson. Lucas Stone in the other lane. 69 Chevelle against 68 Acadian. Up on the wheelie bars. Mal Patterson. Good strong run all the way through. Pulls to a 10:16, 131 miles an hour. In the other lane, the 69 Chevelle goes 12:43, 109 miles per hour. Rob Monroe Sr., 31 Model A, 414 cubic inch small block Chevy. Goes 889, 148 miles an hour. Jim Benke and Doug Rumley make another hit. Sure looks like Jim Benke's got that turning right situation sorted out. Car still lifts the front end, goes 10:09 at 132 miles an hour, and he seems to be, I think, quite happy with that. Rumley goes 10:60, 128 miles an hour. As Tim Cordner from Victoria brings that beautiful 55 pickup to the line up against the 56 Ford pickup of Vic Sierra. So the Ford goes 1061 at 125 miles an hour. Studebaker goes 1100 at 120 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. We are going to be closing the staging lanes in 5 minutes. So if you're not in the staging lanes in 5 minutes, there will be somebody turning you around back to your pit area. So staging lanes are closing in 5 minutes. So Andrew Wiebe in that 47 Austin. You know, if you watch the burnout and listen to that 47 Austin, you would think, well, that it would run a lot quicker than it actually does. But it is one of those kinds of cars that's set up to do what it is doing. Veronica Hodgson in the other lane in the 69 Dodge Dart. Well, she's a regular runner in the pro bracket and sometimes sportsman class. So she knows the track. She's basically just putting more laps, getting more familiar. So there's that Austin, eh? Launch is a little tricky. Picks up a lot of speed at the top end and also started to head towards the center line. So moved around a lot. Andrew was off the gas, going 80 miles an hour. Veronica, 108 miles an hour, so almost 30 miles per hour difference between those two as they hit the top end. 12:40 for Veronica was the time, 12:43 for Andrew Wiebe. Camaro in the other lane. Over on the spectator side, Kevin Garlock, 1971 Chevy Camaro with a big block under the hood. And Ross Walker in his 66 Chevy 2. He's over here, tower side. Garlic goes 922, 144 miles per hour. Ford Torino over here, tower side, up against that blue Henry J. So the Torino goes 1289, 107 miles an hour. On the lane, 1437 at 92. Little nostalgic move with the sponsorship paint on the 64 Ford. Sitting over on the spectator side, Goodies. Used to be a big speed shop sponsor in California, sponsored all the first Lou Arrington Brutus cars, and of course Jungle Jim Lieberman. So Goodies Auto Parts has quite the historic heritage. On the side of Darren Camp's 64 Ford there. Having traction problems right at the hit is Chris Moretto in the 71 Vega. Streaks to the finish line with an 11:15, 117 miles an hour. $18.23 for Darren Kemp. Rick Zahn now in the 69 Cougar here, tower side. Up against the Mopar in the other lane. Cougar goes 1249 at 106 miles an hour, and the other lane 91 miles an hour, a 1471 time slip. Tower side, Derek Shirk. Spectator side, Brody Shirk. 55 Chevy Bel Air here on the TCS lane, and 67 Chevy Nova on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Two really quick cars. Maybe a bit of a grudge race. Looks like Derek's out of the gas, and Brody goes 850, 158 miles an hour. Yeah, Derek goes 1046, coasting through the top end stripe, 80 miles an hour, well off the pace. Attention in the pits, the staging lanes are now closed. Consider the staging lanes closed. We'll have somebody down there very shortly to redirect you back to your pit area. Well, lost of traction right at the hit. Once again, staging lanes are now closed for test and tune. I want to thank everybody for their participation and cooperation as we have now closed the staging lanes. On the start line, then, Russell Jeffrey and Randy Hermson make their run down. One of many here on this Test and Tune Friday. Russell Jeffrey is in the Nova and Randy in the winged behemoth. It is a 58 Oldsmobile, about 4,000 pounds of 13-second racing action. 1342, in fact. Randy goes 103 miles an hour. 9:76 was the time for Russell Jeffrey. 138 miles an hour. Grant and Lindsay Rose and their Bill Chevy Rosebud ragtop. .10:06 at 129 miles an hour. Darren Romillard brings the 35 Ford pickup to the line out of the water box. Calls it the Doctor. I'm not sure what the thinking is behind that name, but then there's got to be something, right? Mike McMahon in the 69 Camaro running the old school injector stacks. Got about 900 horsepower under the hood, and he backs out of the staging lane. Starter says, whoa, 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 wait a minute. Meantime, Darren Romillard goes 10 flat, 130 miles an hour in his 35 Ford pickup. So we'll reset the tree, and Mike McMahon will get another go at that. I asked him about the picnic table-sized wing on the back of the car, and he says just keeps it nice and steady. He is looking to step up the horsepower on that car. Quite happy with its performance, but always looking to go a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. He was on the edge of the groove there, too. 873, 147 miles an hour. It's Ryan Isherwood from Cobble Hill on the island. Brings the 66 Plymouth to the line. Isherwood in Street Machine C, it looks like. Blair Chernopsky in the 65 Ford. Ford Power as well. Ford fans always like to see a Ford under the hood of a Ford. Goes 1267, 99 miles an hour, 12:32. 12:32 for Ryan at 112 miles an hour. Nova Wagon belongs to Al Learmonth. Chris Lloyd in the other lane in the 69 Chevelle. Breaks the beams, 1020, 128 miles an hour. And Al goes 1328, 100 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Randy Kristen. Randy Kristen, if you are hearing this, we need to see you in the tower, please. Randy Kristen, please come to the tower. This is your personal invitation. Randy Kristen to the tower, please. Don Murray. Got that Hemi Cuda. Coming out of White Rock. A sleeper of a car with a parachute, but it's only got one parachute. That means he can only go about 150 miles an hour in the quarter mile. He goes 148. He's close, but he says, I don't need no stinking chute. So he goes 916. 916. Getting the hang of that big-bodied 41 Willys. Roger Winter. Used to driving the Little Altered. He's got a whole lot more sheet metal around him now. Jim Winter Collectible Car Appraisals sponsoring Roger Winter. Griddle Speed Shop as well. Drains to tap. Collectible Car and Appraisals. 41 Willys is out of Aldergrove. It does say it's licensing, so these might be part of the licensing runs that Roger Winter is doing. You have to do about 6 of them. NHRA wants you to be nice and comfortable. Car got very out of shape and let some smoke out too. So not sure if we might need to have a peek at that. So Ty McLean brings his 69 front engine dragster to the line. A little small block Chevy. Sitting in front of the driver. Puts the scoop on the carburetors and sails through with an 818, 161 miles an hour. 161 miles an hour, sitting about 4 inches off the ground. It's going to feel mighty fast, let me tell you. Here's David Foote now. 55 Bel Air, lots of them on the property. Wait till Saturday and Sunday. There's going to be a whole ton more of those 55s, 56s, 57s. This place is going to be a veritable car show Saturday and Sunday. You want to be here and check all that out with a camera that has lots of room for photos. David Foote goes 920, 139 miles an hour. So So back in the old days when we knew even less about aerodynamics than we know now, the idea was to put that engine as high as possible so that you put some center of gravity push on the rear wheels. They soon found out that that didn't actually do the job, but NHRA had to come up with a rule that said your oil pan can't be any higher than 2 feet off the racing surface. So there you get an idea of what that might have looked like as he coasts through the top end. Not sure if he's under power or whether, well, it looks like he's still rolling along. Whether he'll get to the gate or not, that is the question. So not getting a good launch there for the 63 pickup. So burnout's complete for our next two runners, Brian McLennan and David Sidden. David over there in that aged patina. Gasser, well, he's your 2022 champion from the Gasser Get Down here at the Langley Loafer Old Time Drags from last year. He is the winner, and he is looking to defend that title in that straight axle hot rod of his. I'm sure that there are a whole bunch of people who might have something to say about that. In the meantime, the 64 Falcon of Brian McLennan goes 973, 134 miles an hour, and David Sidden goes 1316. Again, a classic example of how consistent can you be? Can you go rounds by being great on the Christmas tree with a good reaction time that's better than your competitor? And closer to the dial-in that you've selected, how well do you know your car? That's all about consistency. That's what gets you to go rounds. Andy Fisher's in that 60 Chevy pickup. Waiting for information on this tower side. 1204 for Andy. 1204 at 109 miles an hour against a 1473. 93 miles an hour. Steve Thorne from Kelowna, his 64 Plymouth. As we wind our way through the remaining cars that were in staging lanes, we are getting down to the end of Test and Tune here today. So we've got a half a dozen cars left to run off before we close down the track. Steve Thorne goes 886, 154 miles an hour. That, my friends, is a 1968 Firebird out of Kelowna. Eric Horvath, I believe, running in the Pro Mod category. Spools up the turbo and gets set. Here we go. So getting out of the groove and heading towards the wall, and decides to pull the pin on that one. 554 at the 8th mile. Goes 1076 at the quarters. So 854 at the 8th, and Pro Mods, I believe, will be racing to the 8th mile here this weekend. Gordon Hidber and John DeYoung. So one of these cars is going to get a 6-second run. And I'm going to suggest that it's not the blue one. One of these cars is going to run 200 miles per hour. And again, I'm thinking it's not the blue one. John DeYoung is off and running and clocks in with a 676. 676, 206 miles per hour. Hidberg goes 939. You know, John DeYoung has made 3 runs. I believe they are 674, 676, and 676. All of them about 206 miles an hour. That car is like a bracket car. Here's Cam Chance and Bill Bolt now. Cam not driving the silver 27 Ford T Roadster anymore. Traded in the Ford for a Chevy, 37 Chevy in fact, with a blower and a big scoop. Bill Bolt in the other lane, 69 Camaro. Brutus Truck Bodies. Again, Cam having problems keeping the car on the line, not able to hold it for the tree and not getting any incremental time whatsoever. Bill Bolt, on the other hand, 856, 157 miles an hour, but Cam still struggling to keep that 37 Chevy on the line so that he actually can get some incremental time information as the car motors down the track. Not happening. So they will have their work cut out for them. Qualifying tomorrow. All day Saturday is qualifying for all the car categories. Eliminations are on Sunday here for the BC Old Time Drags. So better run for that team. 881, 169 miles an hour, 881. Last time out had trouble right at the hit. Here we go, a couple more Canada West Door Slammer cars. We might be at our last two for the day. This might be the penultimate final, which is a fancy way of saying there's maybe another pair. So over here on the tower side, that is Rod LeClaire. You would be familiar. You'd say, oh, that's Rod LeClaire if it was the original blue Camaro. They have rewrapped it, obviously made some changes, and this is also a 6-second runner. So let's see, and it's also Rod LeClaire's first hit at the track today. Hot track. Wow, headed for the center, but brought her right back to the edge of the groove and sails through with a nice one. 680 at 205 miles an hour for Rod LeClaire. Got to be happy with that. 680, 205. In the other lane, 827, 163 miles an hour. It is somehow fitting that one of the final cars down the track here today in the Test and Tune is Derek Shirk. Derek, of course, the proprietor of the Titanium Auto Group. Big sponsors of all sorts of racing here at Mission Raceway. Derek Shirk running that 55 Chevy in the Canada West Door Slammer Series, where you have to run 870 or better. The car has run in the 7s earlier today, so let's see how we fare closing out the day today. Nice straight run, goes 786. 786 at 174 miles per hour. That is Derek Shirk, and looks like that is going to do it for today. The Titanium Auto Group is the Lower Mainland's leading pre-owned car dealership, offering nothing but the finest in pre-owned vehicles. Regardless of budget, Titanium provides you with a first-rate buying experience. Titanium deals only with the most exceptional pre-owned cars, trucks, minivans, and SUVs, because that is what their customers have come to expect. That is the Titanium Auto Group. Hey, listen, folks, thanks very much for joining us here. There is a barbecue and drinks at 6 p.m. beside the Pro Shop for weekend racers and crews. BC Old Time Drags putting on a barbecue for everyone here. The sponsors, once again, like to go over the sponsors. Platinum sponsor for the Old Time Drags is BC Scale Company. The class sponsor is Kramer Racing. Show and Shine sponsors, because there will be lots of race cars on the property and lots of show cars on the property. Alder Auto Parts, Badass Garage, good to see them here as always. Bob's Driveline Service, Fryby Gourmet Foods, and historic Dudney Pub providing the grub at the barbecue. Later on this afternoon, Jelly Bean Auto Crafters, Jim Winter Collectible Car Appraisals, Johnston Meyer Insurance, 200th Street and 72nd Avenue, Lee's Market, Nitro Lube, Richard Persall, SoCal Canada, Steamworks Brewing, TCS Products, the Old Car Center, and Torchman Rod and Custom, along with Barnes Wheaton GM. All those good folks providing sponsorship money, sponsorship time, and sponsorship products here to make the BC Old Time Drags a success. Test and Tune Day is complete. We have got qualifying all day tomorrow and then eliminations on Sunday. We take one last opportunity to invite you to join us for chapel service Sunday morning before all the racing gets going, but not too early, 8 o'clock. And I'll make sure that everybody's out of there by 8:30 so you can go service your vehicles, as racing will probably, or qualifying will be finished. So most of the racing will start about 9 o'clock on Sunday morning, so you'll have time. Everyone is welcome to chapel service. Racers for Christ, non-denominational, third floor of the tower. And I'll be talking about Don Garlitz and some of his writings about close calls. So look forward to seeing you there. And that will do it for today. So once again, want to thank everybody for joining us here on this Friday. If you've been watching us on the live stream, thanks to the Valley Tech folks for putting that all together, and Lordco for sponsoring it. All just a great day. And we've got 2 more coming up here. So if you're on your way home, drive safely, because I'm on the road too. So drive safely, and we look forward to seeing you here for the rest of the weekend, tomorrow and Sunday. Thanks again. We know there's lots of places you can spend your entertainment dollars, so we're really happy that you came here and spent some time with us, and look forward to seeing you again next time.